I'm ready to get going. I hope. All I gotta say is whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings. There are no wrong direct decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh, I'm writing something down. I was trying to delay a few seconds here. Alright. Let's see. Preferences. I'm playing in a window. Flickering images. Accessibility. Oh god. Deja vu sans. Deja vu. Self-voicing text-to-speech. Oh no, am I gonna have to read all this out? Self-voicing volume drop. I hope there is... text-to-speech, eh? Visit Scarlet Hollow. Alright, Mint, are you ready? Why don't you alt tab back over here? Let's begin our new game. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Oh, that's what it means by parallax. I wondered how that was going to work.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Explore. The end of the world? What are you talking about? Explore. Consider that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? True. Consider that maybe I'm okay with the world ending. Do I get some sort of reward? Wow, why are there so many options? Oh, okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Turn around and leave. Got it. Wait, I'm gonna pick honest answers. If you consider that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up.
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
Uh-huh.
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
Alright, let's let her out.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
I think a princess seems kind of bad, though.
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess
I just
that
know what
much
Flame
worse
Princess
than
did.
slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
So do princesses. They contribute the idea of something to work towards. They're motivating for young people who want to live up to certain standards.
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the
Unless
world
you're a
to end.
nihilist.
I mean, maybe some people do.
That-
Knights, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those. Right?
Maybe I am.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Believe everything she
We're
says.
not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
And the narrator and the hero both sound the same.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Takes a blade. How do we get married? I don't need the blade.
The door to the basement creaks open,
I got these.
revealing a staircase
This.
faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Unless.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Yeah, it's coming.
Hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I've got 2 arms. Checking in on you.
You are? It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
You're only making this more difficult.
Look at those
Thank
big
you.
anime eyes.
Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere
I
else.
have the key to your heart.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't
They
have
left
just
her window.
left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
I'm going to check the upstairs.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
Thank you. Wow, she's so...
You attempt to make your way out
Positive.
of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Alright, I'm gonna need her to help me get out of here.
Is someone else here? You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
How am I... What mess do you think I'm in?
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
Together. Hand in hand.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm down.
Oh my god. Hold on.
Her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you. The clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her.
She's just trying to free herself from her fleshly... Save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain.
Am I a lizard?
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
And she put it back on?
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
Don't waste food in this household.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
That sounds awesome.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward.
Am I a lizard?
Blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Help him being... Not doing anything. Warn her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
I am alive. I'm more alive than I've ever been.
The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
Oh, save me, princess. Help.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
Hey, no, don't stab me.
She plunges it into her chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony.
I'm a dragon, though.
But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
That's fine. Maybe I'm into that.
Sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice.
She gonna eat me?
It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Wait, does she eat me? Chapter 2. Nice. It keeps going.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Wait.
And in
I
the
still don't know if
basement
she
of
eats
that
me.
cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Proceed to the cabin. Why didn't I slay the princess? Maybe I was into her. I want to know if did I provide, at least with my dying self, did I provide her nutrition to continue on, to push forward in her goals?
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We just met for the first time.
Not in this timeline. I mean,
If he
maybe
doesn't
in this
remember
timeline.
what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it. Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts
He's four of
you've
us.
got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. Sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
I'm doing whatever he says.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
True. True.
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
Oh, that's true.
You were the one who did us in, villain. Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price. I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
Let's ask
Here's the
VLR.
answer. What do you think happened after you died?
I hope she ate me and was
Do you
provided
think
with the
people there
nutrients
lived
that she needed to
happily ever
continue.
after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme. Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
Let's see.
That's right, you can't stop all of us. We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does. Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
I'm assuming at this point that I need to, at some point in time, I need to actually go and act like I'm slaying the princess, but then stop at the last minute. Stab the narrator.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in. I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
The fact that it still comes up with options there, even though there's only one, is another thing.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries.
Timeline is this.
A prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
True.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Yeah, this place looks awesome.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice, it's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love.
Yet.
Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit. Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
I'm back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing. And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
Of course.
That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
True.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
Yes.
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise. Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
No way. You killed me last time and it hurt a lot.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
True.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
No,
That's
she's just being...
She's perfect.
Exactly.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
True.
You died, and now we're talking.
Oh. Alright then.
Rescue her? What are you talking about? Did you forget that she's a world-ending monstrosity? And even if you wanted
we're
to
all
unleash her
world-ending
onto the world,
monstrosities.
despite the complete moral disaster that would be, you'd have to get her out of those chains. Good luck with that.
She can just bite her own arm off again.
Don't you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her out with ease. No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. If her hand could just slip out of the chains, why hasn't she done it already? Because we've yet to present her with her freedom. I'm not sure I follow. Would you rather believe me, a passionate heart guided by love and my own good nature? Or would you rather believe the devil on your shoulder who tells you what you can and cannot do? I think I'd rather believe in facts. Ah, so you're one of those empiricists. One of us has to be. Then let me show you a brand new truth. Narrator, we courageously step forward and free our beloved from her bindings.
True.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
True.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
Luckily.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
I fly out the window. I'm a dragon. Let me let it fly. What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection.
Oh, she says, I want to eat you, and then she just eats
She
me.
shrugs.
Dang.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
We have our whole lives ahead of us. Wait, hold on. You want to leave, then
That
let's
sounds
leave.
perfect.
The princess takes your hand, the last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers. We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending. I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about
I know
it.
it's the right choice because music's the good
I will
good ending
mope
music's
about it,
playing.
because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with. You and the princess walk up the stairs, hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks.
Oh no.
That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
You know, there's this big open window on the other side.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her. Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known. Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
Yes, I do.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
I think we can open it if we try together.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
True love will open this door.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door together.
How romantic.
And the lock clicks. And the door creaks open. Are you kidding me? I told you our love was insurmountable.
I knew it.
You and the princess make your way upstairs and...
She stabs me with the
That's right,
dagger.
There's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
No way. You're not doing that.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Just like you wanted?
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin. And then you step outside. A happy ending at last.
I got an achievement.
We did it. What should we do now?
Destroy the world.
Where did everything go? Where did he go? Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
What? But you didn't get the chance to make that jacket. Something has taken her away, and it's left something else in her place. A mirror.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Maybe I'm the princess. I think I'm supposed to look in the mirror.
Something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
Approach the mirror.
I'm begging you.
I'm the
don't
princess now.
do this.
Ignore him. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward, they're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. You're alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. We're at the cabin. Ooh. Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Gift. Destroy your body.
I know only that they are.
Ah. You know the narrator.
You are the only thing I have ever known.
Ah.
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
You know how many high fives I could give you?
She is part of me, and part of me is her. You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Your game Who Dis? This is a love story. And I want to destroy my body so much. Let's click on this one.
Nothing as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
I see. Why would we kill? Think of all the hand holding we can do. I only have 2 hands, but she's got like 100. Look at all the hands I could hold.
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Aww.
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
I know, we could have so many babies.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Everything goes dark and you die. Perfect.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that
I'll just play out.
is a princess. You're here.
For those of you just joining.
If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Let's see. Turn around and leave. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
I'm just gonna be really silent the whole time. The silent protagonist.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I only proceed to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Stanley Parable guy? I don't know who that is. I'm here to smooch the princess.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's me, your beloved.
Hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
And you down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist. binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
That's the end goal, Regison.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
Shut up, narrator.
No, you're doing the right thing.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Or, alternately, maybe they would.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
Yeah, that's fine.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
Hey, Seawalker. Want to see
You
something
attempt to make
gross?
your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Is someone else here?
She's a demon. What do you mean? Wait, you were just here when you saw what she really looked like. She's just a bunch of hands.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed
Yeah.
to.
Easier for whom?
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
True,
I
man.
heard the door slam.
See? She's
They
perfect.
locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
She's got a solution. I can feel it.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
True. Shoot your hand off.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
Yeah, you do that.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Or we could use it to free her.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Slay the princess. We saved her last time.
Without hesitation, you bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back.
At her back. Kind of looks like this side
Wound
boob.
drives her to
Oh
the
wait, I see
ground.
that one.
Okay. There's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
The princess pushes away from you,
Uh-oh.
the motion ripping the blade from her back. Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us.
It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you.
I'm not so sure.
Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her arm. Your knife cuts into her again, and and again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw.
Oh my god, maybe I'm into this.
Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
Give her a kiss. Give her a kiss. Why is that not an option?
Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees.
She didn't do any. This is our second. So, hold on. I give up. So this is like our second or third playthrough. I guess third, technically, maybe? I don't know. So what we've discovered so far is that this princess is some sort of Cthulhu world-ending creature. And then in order to restore her to her former glory and date her, we need to give her perspectives. She needs to be presented with all perspectives of her history, or something like that, from all timelines, basically. When we tried to free her before, and we got up to, like, the end, where we were about to make out with her, she was like, wait, I need you to give me more perspectives. I said, okay, I'm on it. So now, we're getting more perspectives. Finish the job.
You steel your resolve and take another step closer to the princess. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can still make sure that she won't make it out of here either.
Excuse me? What's this about not making it out of here alive?
Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty
Look,
to state the
we
facts of the
let her kill
situation,
us
and
so that she would have
honestly,
food to
it's a
continue
miracle
living.
anyone in this room is still standing right now. Don't act so surprised.
Can you not feel all those gashes and holes pulling you apart? If the princess doesn't do you in here, blood loss is certain to finish the job.
You take another step forward, and the princess lunges towards you.
Embrace her.
The two of you enter one last exchange, a flurry of blade and claw and fleshy ribbons, and then you stop. Neither you nor princess able to go any further. You collapse on the ground, and the princess
Hold her hand.
collapses beside you. Blood pools around you both, and you watch each other fade away.
After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally found a friend, but you were just another monster.
I hate
weren't
this.
you?
As the room starts to get fuzzy.
I hate
around
this timeline.
You've paid a terrible price, but you've saved us all. It's over.
It's even worse because I've
This
seen
is
other.
it. You're sorely mistaken. One way or another, I'll make sure you pay for this.
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
This is like that time. What's her name? Theo? No, Fido? What was her name?
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
That ending actually almost made me mad. She was like, I finally found a friend. Even if she's lying to me. Okay, no. Proceed to the cabin. Okay, no.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him.
Ew.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
I've never played Stanley Parable. I've played VLR, though.
Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show.
Turn around and leave.
Well, you're the boss.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Nope. Quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Okay, fine. I'll go to the cabin and talk to the princess. Maybe I'll slay her, maybe I don't. I guess we'll see.
Yes, we will.
Who knows?
This is probably for the best.
That's what I... That was basically the
warning
perspective we went with
before
in
you
the
go
first
any
game, in the first ending.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying.
So far, that was the best one.
Don't believe a word she says.
Don't worry. You can trust us to get the job done. The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Taking the blade.
You take the blade from the shelf. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it. That's not actually a bad idea. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the muddy shelf, the blade sitting on the muddy shelf, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. But he says there isn't one. That's got to count for something, right?
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Well, at least we can all agree now that there's nothing to see here. Case closed. Good work, everyone.
Good work, everyone. I've diminished another mirror.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase.
I guess the third mirror I
into the
found.
muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang.
The last one
like
doesn't
locks
count.
of
Or
tangled
the
hair.
one at the end of time or whatever the
The
place
weak
that was.
starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth.
That sounds awesome.
The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath.
Okay, but
The
you know how many
princess
people
lives
live
here,
in
slaying
this,
her would
in
probably be doing her a
Minecraft?
favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
I trust her fully. Hello.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are.
I'm giving her the
and
knife.
Remember what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else.
You like this one?
She seems friendly enough.
She seems friendly
Maybe we can
enough.
talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
True.
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess.
Hold her hand.
Fine, fine. You're the boss.
Hey. Oh, thank you, Bucky, and welcome back to the ant farm.
You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
Hey, you.
So, we've dropped the pretenses.
You have a uwu face?
Good.
You made a comment back in the woods about having been here before. Now she's acting like the two of you already know each other.
Yes, Blue.
Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you?
Have been here.
That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out?
Did she have a tail?
Call it deductive reasoning.
Are you also a dragon?
Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us?
She seems pretty
Just
pissed.
focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first.
Oh no, I
Maybe
have a
we
better
can find
idea.
a middle ground where everyone's happy.
She'll be much happier if I let her kill
Don't
me.
talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
I get the sense that you're not happy with me. Dude, this is what I want. Give her the blade. We need to repair our trust.
You can't be serious. Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote.
I trust her over the narrator too, but only because I saw her at like
Since we can't
the
just
end
give
of
it to her.
time or
What if she
something.
uses it to kill us? I vote no. As do I. Abstain? You abstain? She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
She's got an uwu face. I trust her completely. Give her the blade. No, we're gonna make things right. Look, I stabbed her, she stabs me, and the next timeline we'll all be friends again. This is a love story. This game starts off, Seawalker, literally at the title, before the title screen. It's like, this is a love story. How romance works. I stabbed her, she stabs me.
You're going to get everyone.
make out
You know
afterwards.
that, right? But of course you do.
She's got a new
Toss
face.
the blade at the princess's feet.
I can't not trust her.
She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
You hear a clanging of metal against the dirt floor, and the chains fall from the princess's wrist.
Oh, see, this is working out. Already.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart. It's a shame we just gave her a weapon, because if I were her, I'd use it on us right now.
I hope she does. Our
Luckily
lack
for
of
us,
trust will
you're
be
not
mended.
her. Oh, we sure think alike, though. I can promise you that. Whatever you say next, you better make it count.
Tell her to kill me.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
What do you think happens now?
She's still got a new woo face. Oh, you know what? You're beautiful. I think this is... Wait, hold on.
Her shoulders tense and her eyes dart away.
This is another trick. You're trying to sow doubt, but it's not going to work on me.
And then she buries the blade in your heart.
Perfect.
What? No, come on, that's not right.
No, it's
I
fine.
told you this is what she was going to do. Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
See, now she's happy.
I did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern.
Ah, now she's feeling the same
Her
regret I
nervous
did.
Eyes brim with tears.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time.
Smile.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Perfect.
You're on a path in the woods. She
Look
stabbed
at
us. She actually stabbed us. Of course she stabbed us. We gave her the blade, which, I might add, I voted against. But the whole point was that she wasn't supposed to do that. The whole point of giving her the blade was to break the cycle of violence, and she just killed us anyway. I guess it really doesn't matter if she killed us though, right? We're back here, which means that everything's fine, or fine adjacent. Maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change. Maybe that's all it'll take to show her that there's another way to do things. You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try. Give what another try exactly? You are aware I've been listening to you, right? Like that changes anything. We all know the game is rigged. It doesn't even matter if she's nice this time. I'm sure he'll find a way to turn us against each other. Great. So you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once. Twice, actually. Sure. Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned.
Fuck
You
this
already know
up.
about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
Screw the cabin. What happens if we leave? No matter what happens next, it seems like all our answers are in the cabin. Let's see this through. I'm done with this.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point. I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one, too. Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. The princess is a threat to you. She's a threat to me, and most importantly, she's a threat to the world. You know what you have to do.
Going in.
The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior at all anymore.
There's no knife this time.
The burned-out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here, charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old. The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table, a pristine... Wait, this isn't right. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she? Well,
she does.
It's not here. And if she has it... Let me guess. You want to get all chummy with her. Look, as far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do. I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work. Of course we don't get to make a choice about the blade. Every single time we come back here, something has to be different. You're right, the mirror is back. There isn't anywhere for us to go. But there isn't a mirror. I still don't get his mirror there. Seems like whatever we do, he's always going to say it isn't there. He's either a liar or he doesn't hold all the cards. But I think we already knew it had to be one of those. So, is the door to the basement behind the mirror? I promise you there isn't a mirror and there isn't a door to the basement. The entrance is more of a burned out frame than anything else, and it's right there on the far side of the room. Do you really not see it?
Something up with these mirrors.
You step forward and approach the scorched entryway leading to the basement, hesitating before you begin the descent. It went away when we touched it last time. Not that this place always follows the same rules.
Ooh, I love horror-themed maps. Trina was telling me about one that, like, it's like completely dark or something and you can barely see.
You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. You really thought there was a mirror there, didn't you? That can't be good. As if things weren't unpredictable enough. Figures. Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it?
We kept talking about how I really liked,
That's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us.
Dungeon Siege, bonus dungeon, the Dungeon Siege bonus dungeon, the Pit of Despair. You walk around this, like, huge maze, and you can't, there's no light. You can't see anything outside of, like, your character. If you die, your character gets deleted. Sounds like the Pit of Despair.
You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you.
I hope the princess covers me in her thorny
Their
branches
spines
of
point courteously
soot.
down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease, at least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved. I'd say this feels like a trap, but you practically said as much. Yet you still want us to keep going. They're only thorns. I'd say getting a few scratches in exchange for the lives of everyone in existence is a fair trade. I'm sure you'll manage. Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I can't get away from you, can I? We kill each other and you come back. You let me kill you and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
Her love.
I think you know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more
They
and
don't
more
show her face
plentiful
yet. I
as
mean,
you make
she's
your way
super
forward.
beautiful this time.
You step out into what was once a vast open
Oh,
cavern.
she just looks
now
normal.
overrun by briars and prickles and thistles. The space thick with
All your extra
hostile
arms.
vegetation. At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess. Her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
Hold her hand. Dang, there's so many turn and leave options.
I want to trust you.
Her grip tightens.
It's
on the
outlined
blade.
in red, though. It's interesting, Seawalker. I didn't
But
think of
you're
that.
hiding something, aren't you? Why would you help me if you weren't helping yourself?
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
Her eyes dart away from yours for
Oh.
a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you.
Hold my hand. Please. Hold my hand. For the love of God.
I don't know. What can either of us really say at this point? How can we trust something as hollow as words?
She's right, there's nothing left to say. So let's get a move on and do something before she comes up with a scheme to get out of here on her own. Careful with that one.
I'm
He's
so
not the
mad right.
smooth
Just hold her
negotiator
hand.
He thinks he is.
That's all she
It
wants.
does feel like we're stuck until we do something. If there's even anything to do besides make things worse. We're not making things worse. I think she wants to trust us.
Yeah, hold her hand. None of these seem. This seems like the. I don't. Oh, God. Reach for the blade, but grab her hand. Oh man, I don't know. Someone who's married. Pick one of these two options for me. Seawalker, reach for the blade.
Her eyes briefly meet yours, then dart back to the floor. She hangs her head in resignation.
Okay.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms.
I'll be damned. She really gave it to us.
Shut up, cheated.
Feels like it's been so long since we've held real power in our hands. I wonder what we should do with it.
Stab ourselves.
We free her, obviously. It's the right thing to do.
No way, stab yourself.
I think you're right. She's as much a victim in all of this as we've been. Besides, it would really stick it to him to free her. Or, hear me out, we slay her. Right here, right now. She's never been so
Dude,
helpless.
shut up.
If we don't take advantage of that, we may never get another chance.
No, we're trying to help her out.
That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
We've all said our piece. Now it's time to make our move. It's 2 against 1.
Plus me.
It's 2 against 2.
You don't count.
What about my opinion?
And why shouldn't he count?
Because he's clearly not one of us. That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
No, he's only been with us once.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
I just wanted my blade back. You're on your own.
Yes! What a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly team free her? You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess.
Even if he'll stick a knife in our back as soon as he has the opportunity, it's still better to have him nominally on our side. At least that gets him to shut up for a while. See? We're all friends here, united in our actions and intentions. Yeah, united. But the other one has a point. If it keeps you quiet, sure, we're all friends. You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. But you're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade. Is that really all you've got, threatening us with an accidental misstep? I expected more from you. Our blade didn't even waver when he said that. Yeah, you're right, he's a bit of a nobody, isn't he? Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning. The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Of course. I just really hate the people who put us here.
She smiles, her hand slipping into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs.
Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out.
We're holding hands
You're
again.
getting desperate, aren't you? Even more proof that you can't actually do anything to stop us. We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes.
I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
Just push them aside.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
True. Step into the thorns.
As you step into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this?
Oh my god, we're holding hands.
It feels so good to hear you say that you're admitting you've lost, and we've bested you at your own game at last. I don't care what.
Now we
happens,
ask
man.
her to prom.
That's all I've wanted. You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance.
Alright, here's where we
We've
stab her.
already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together.
Stab her.
And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Ah, where's the stab her option? We even held hands. Oh my god.
The two of you open the door and step out into a new,
We held hands to open the door.
irredeemable murderers.
What do we do now? Where's everything going? Why is it so cold?
Oh no, not again. Not again. You do not get the chance to respond, nor you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Lets me skip this.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
I don't have enough parts of her. Of course you're scared. I'm going to be okay, just trust me. You've been here before and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. It's
We
gonna
held hands a
do
whole lot.
something to us.
We earned each other's trust.
If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
We held hands some more. We did a lot of hand holding. Now we're in the mirror sequence. See you on the other side. It's gonna be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. So, this is all going to work out. Finally. We're going places.
Approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. We got another achievement. You've grown. Find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her. Those are all hands waving at me.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
I don't think anybody that plays this game actually slays the princess. I think everyone that plays this immediately goes in to try and win the princess's heart. Every single person ever that has ever played this game is like, oh, it's a love, because the game starts off, it says this is a love story. Like, oh, a love story. It's a dating sim, got it. you've been kinder to me than anyone else I've ever met. Thank you.
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
Oh my god, she's right.
My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
GBA. I'm telling you, anybody that plays this only has one goal in mind. I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Wow. Wow. That's deep. Can we hold hands again?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
True. Destroy your body. Alright, I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Nice. Everything goes dark and you die.
You're on a path in the woods.
Hold on. Is there a like tree? Alright, hold up. I have to pee. Everyone take a moment to get some drinks or something, or whatever. I'll be right back. I'm back. I was gonna say, I bet if I went and looked at the achievements, only one person ever has slayed her, and it's some achievement hunter. Only achievement hunters will have, it'd be like 1%. Everyone else is gonna have the wifer thing. But I guess if you're really interested in trying to figure out who the narrator is, it makes sense. I don't care who the narrator is. I only care how to hold hands. Speaking of holding hands, I have an idea.
While I appreciate the... Does it? Are you on... Of course. course I haven't. Why? Don't mention it. It's all part of the...
Alright, just gotta get to chapter 2.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely...
Oh, actually,
The door to
yeah,
the
that's fine.
basement creaks open,
I was gonna take the knife
revealing a
and let her stab
staircase
us.
softly illuminated.
Checking in on you.
You are? It's been so long since I...
Aw.
Okay.
Wait, that's new. And let me skip. What's your name? What have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
Oh, good point.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess.
I just want to know what she likes.
Relevant.
Seems-
Okay, but actually, what has she been eating?
Just trying to figure out what she's
She
into.
has to eat, right?
Oh,
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
you can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Ah, sounds good.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
Yes. Queen Princess.
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
You have any other
I'm
name?
sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name though. Everyone has a name.
Anna. Your name is
Okay,
Anna.
that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
Not yet.
I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
Sounds a little annoyed. I mean, that's understandable.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
True.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
True. That's what I learned from our last...
Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
True.
I don't trust that. And I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
Uh-huh.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is.
This is
my
true.
life
Maybe you
we're
should
talking
stab the
about.
narrator.
Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Go have fun.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
Oh, Death of the Author. I was thinking Dota like Death of the Ancients? Wait, Desert? I don't remember what that game is called. Right, there's no option to like hold her hand. Defense of the Ancients, that's the one. The person who sent us here was an anonymous gifter, unless they want to say it.
Seems like a pretty good compromise.
I don't think that's what Dota stands for.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
But you've been down here forever. Just hold my hand.
Keeping her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help.
I'm trying to, but it doesn't give me the
But
dialogue.
If you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
Uh-oh.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one. You can't be serious.
Hold my hand.
Thank you. Thank you. You won't regret this, I promise.
You're making a huge mistake.
No, I think you're doing the right thing.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
I don't regret anything yet.
They're large.
Except for that one playthrough
far
where
too solid for you to
we
even
both killed each
imagine
other.
Trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
The princess.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
Thank you.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Says Skip. I assume this is what we did in our
Someone
first
else here.
playthrough.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
Not in a mess.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
True.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her.
True.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Now, I do like what happens, because I've been through this before. There's no option.
hesitation, you bring
What?
the blade down.
Wait, no.
You know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in. The princess is still chained to the wall. There's nothing she can do to stop you from getting out of here. What if she doesn't succumb to her wounds? Whatever she is so much more dangerous than I thought she'd be. You rush up the stairs and dive past the threshold. You're safe. For now. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade.
I didn't have a choice. I didn't want to knife her. I was trying to
We can
save
make
her.
this work.
The first time
She
it let
has
me
a awful wound, and we have
save her.
all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself?
Let her out.
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
True.
Sounds terrifying.
Now she sounds
She's
beautiful.
less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
No, go in. Give her the knife.
Here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker.
Open the door. Give her a smooch.
Doesn't.
Just open the door and immediately give her a smooch. Ignore her and go to sleep.
Just ignore her. Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention to it. You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working.
Give her a smooch.
It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone.
Yeah,
on
she's
the
like a
floor of
ghost.
the
It's
cabin,
perfect.
unable to do anything but witness her.
Perfect princess doesn't exist, except for this one.
Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time,
Mooch
cocking
her.
her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Sleep paralysis.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only help me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
True.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your
Close your
heart
eyes and make a
freezes
smooch
in
face.
your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
Mooch her.
This can't actually be
No.
how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is.
So mad.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Anger.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yeah, you said that before. Proceed to the cabin. Just go straight.
A terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
Hey, you know what? You're right.
If he doesn't
You're
remember
right.
what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh. What if he hears us? That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
Pretty sure this whole thing literally just happened.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
This we've heard
Those are two
before.
very
Maybe not.
different questions, but fine.
I guess
I'll
it's not
indulge you
different.
if
I mean,
that's
it's going
what
to be
it takes
different
to get you
because
moving.
we have the paranoid with us.
Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
True.
Oh, we listened to you all right. Worst decision of our incredibly short life. We tried to slay her, we really did. But she was going to kill us. It was either lock her in the basement or let her finish tearing us to ribbons. Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess, or do you want the princess to slay us? Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world.
It's me, I pose a threat.
Doesn't. Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working. And that's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found
Our
yourself
consciousness.
in another world altogether?
Swap
If
consciousness.
it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us?
I like paranoid.
I want you to succeed. You'll find a way. You're the only one who can.
Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
Kinda cute. I mean...
People locked her in that basement.
People.
And I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things. Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
Unless...
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this.
That's
Call it
true,
a
and
prophecy, if that helps. But it's just the way things
you'll kill the narrator.
You can't just goad us into doing something by calling us special. It's manipulative. Why are you trying to manipulate us?
Ooh.
I don't know, I kinda like being special.
Oh, you're getting
Okay,
manipulated.
fine. Maybe you can goad him into doing something, but he's not even the one who makes the decisions here. I'm not goading you into doing anything. You already know the princess is dangerous. All I'm trying to say is that you have to be the one to deal with her. I know it doesn't seem fair, but that's just the way it is. And for what it's worth, I know you have it in you to finish the job. We don't. You saw what happened to us last time. We need to leave.
Being cagey.
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail will just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her? Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word.
Can't do that.
He isn't telling us everything he knows because he doesn't trust us, which means that we can't trust him.
True.
Stop talking yourself in neurotic circles and just get to the cabin already. Do you see the way he keeps pushing us? We have to get out of here.
We should just leave.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Turn around and leave.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Whoa.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
You've already
I
signed a
don't
pact.
think lying and cheating is.
I figured
She
the
was
paranoid, we
very
should just
direct
leave.
with us last time, or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away. It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
True.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only
There's a
furniture
mirror.
of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time. It's just an empty frame. She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Okay, but the mirror.
You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I didn't even notice it there. What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
Oh, true. See how handsome I am.
We shouldn't waste time preening, but if he is lying about the mirror, it might be important. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do? Maybe he's trying to keep us from looking because there's something horribly wrong with us. No, there isn't something horribly wrong with you. You look exactly how you're supposed to look. Now stop second-guessing my every word. You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something
Practicing
in
my
there worth
Kave Don.
investigating if he wants it hidden so bad. You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Steel can't lie to us. Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb? The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself.
Lose faith.
Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
True.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Unless...
Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
Ah.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Ah.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
How hard is it to throw a knife? Step off into the void between the stairs. Going to talk to her.
Didn't you hear my warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking won't do you any good. Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on talking anyway. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room,
Our team left.
they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is?
Now this looks like my backyard.
No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly
I love being exposed to the
describing
ladies.
whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
Left. Go team left.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
So I should just stay put. Do nothing.
You decide it's best to do nothing.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches,
Aw.
your legs suddenly go numb.
Just as cute as last
Your
time.
arms quickly follow.
Maybe even cuter.
This is it, isn't it?
And you brought a little knife with you. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this.
I want this to be my background on my computer.
What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
As your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt.
That could be my avatar.
Lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Nerves.
Tell her she's beautiful.
What are you doing?
I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want...
And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more?
You have seconds left.
Yes, I'm sure.
Heart, lungs, liver. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
Oh my god.
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late.
Wait.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, 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 nerves, heart, lungs. Are you serious? Nerves. You fling the blade into the void, denying yourself the opportunity to ever slay her and finish your mission.
Nobody's happy here, but maybe it's for the best.
I'm happy. With her. Forever.
Poor deluded thing. Do you think a single moment of bravery changes you into something you're not? I am what I am, and you're always going to be a coward.
I'm no coward. Kiss her.
She
Smooch
raises
her.
a hand
Oh, I
to
thought
her
that was my
mask
hand.
and pulls it down. You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath before it envelops you. Like a creeping mold, the complete reality
Maybe
of
I'm
your
into this.
existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again, decay and bloom, a million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken.
Hey, don't kink shame me, bro.
Let me out.
Your existence hurts them.
Let me out.
A lonely soul in a room by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years and then it's gone. And then it's there again.
Let me out.
A reprieve. A good life. Love. Children. A steady career. Recognition from your peers. Here one moment. Gone the next. The worms have found their orifices.
Ew.
Let me out.
I'm trying.
Diagnosis.
Paralyze me.
Forgets everything it is. Anger, rage, distance, poverty. The lonely soul is lonely again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier.
Let me out.
I'm trying.
No. What's happening to us?
Let me out.
This is all too much. I can't keep going.
You can't keep going. Well, what are you talking about?
Do we even need the narrator? But he doesn't respond.
Oops, I think I broke you. I'll see you soon. You'll know what to do.
Will I? Body is dead, but you live on. Chapter 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 52. The moment of clarity.
You're on a path in the... Shit! What the hell was that? Who are we? What are we doing?
There was a princess, I think.
Voice of the
It's all
broken.
so fuzzy. It hurts when I try to remember.
You shouldn't know about the princess. At least, not until I... You've already been here, haven't you?
I guess it feels so long ago, almost like we've never left.
Hi, Ghost.
We have to let her out.
Let her out.
No, that's the opposite of what you're here to do. You have
No,
to
we have to
slay
let her out.
Slay. We decided not to do that, didn't we? Yeah, we're supposed to let her out. It's really the
Opportunist is
only
here,
way
too.
this works out for us. If you think about it, she's the one with power here. Nobody else can do much of anything. No, we were supposed to keep her trapped there forever. I think.
We're supposed to be unfeeling. How many times do I have to tell you to snuff out your heart? We can't be unfeeling. Not when there's so much fear everywhere.
I think we reached the
There's
secret
nothing
chapter.
for us to do. We've already tried everything. We love her.
We
So
love her.
have to set her free.
We have to set her
Can we
free.
love something that hates us? Can we love something that hurts us? To be given an ounce of kindness from something so cruel would be more pure
True.
than any other love. Why are there so many of us? There aren't supposed to be so many of us.
True.
This is bad. You need to get a grip. What did you let happen? How many times have you been here?
It's a good question.
Many times. It feels like we've been here forever, but it also feels like we've barely been here at all.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, we just have to do what she says and then everything will be fine. It won't.
True.
It will be for us. She said so. You're part of everything. If things aren't fine for everything, they won't be fine for you. There's no difference between fine and not fine, it just goes on and on.
There's a meme or whatever. It's got Carl from Mock Team Hunger Force, where and then like a picture of the universe behind him. And he's like, it don't matter. Ain't none of this matters. I used to post that everywhere.
What does here even mean if you really think about it? Shut up. You were here.
Every single time.
You did your best, really. There's just a pecking order. And our cruel and beautiful goddess sits atop it, right where she's always belonged.
You're lucky. What I would give to be able to forget. I've tried to keep them numb, but they're all too soft. A shame, really.
True. I stay where I am. Maybe she'll come. Wait, no, because she's trapped. We have to free her.
You slowly make your way through the umbral forest, bumping against unseen trees as you grasp through the darkness for a way forward. But eventually, you do make it to the cabin. Or rather, you make it to the place a cabin should have been. Instead, all you find is an empty hill. No, this isn't right. There's a cabin there. There's always supposed to be a cabin there. Don't ask him about
Baby
them.
Blue.
He always says he never sees it. He always lies. And he always makes it gone. Stay focused. You still have a job to do, and it's best not to be distracted by fraying thoughts. There is no mirror. You know that as well as I do. She's
Maybe the mirror was a trap the whole time.
buried deep inside the earth. Just walk up the hill. You always give too much space to the others. It's why you always lose.
True. Well,
You walk up the hill, hesitating just beyond the bounds of the cabin. The cabin that isn't there. You've got to clean the mirror, haven't you? You've got to see what's in it. Smash it to pieces. She's on the other side, and we have to let her out. It's the only way we can be free. It's the only way we can have our thoughts back.
funny, those mirrors were important.
Just go around it.
Let's go around it.
Just do something. It doesn't matter what.
Ain't none of this matters. Proceed. What? I can't wipe it off?
Proceed? Proceed to where? I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more specific. That's a new one. Do you think it'll work? Of course it'll work. He always makes the best decisions. It's why he gets to make them. And it already has worked. It's gone, don't you see? We're one step closer to her. The interior of the cabin is much the same as the exterior of the cabin. A dull, fuzzy, dreamlike nothing. It's empty and isolating, but there's just enough vague shape and unknown texture to suggest the structure therein. Wrong and unsettling as it may be. The only object of note is a pristine blade buried in the dirt floor, a hint of its shining edge teasing through the sediment. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. Take it. It's the only way forward.
Well, let me pick those. You have to take the blade.
You reach down to take the blade, but as you do, the ground beneath it shifts, the weapon sinking deep into the earth. You lean over the hole and gaze into the abyss. It is so very deep. Deep in the bowels of the earth, you see something.
Oh my god, it's her! Again.
It fills you with
I
dread.
love her.
It's her. She's watching us. She never stops watching us.
You really are a coward.
With every word she speaks, the princess in the pit blinks closer.
When I said that way back when, you know that, right?
Closer.
I was having some fun, and I guess I wanted to see if I could melt you.
Blue.
Watching over me forever? That was so brave.
And closer.
But forever is so long. And time erodes everything.
Not if we're both ghosts.
Except for me. I've already taken your will, and you're not getting it back. And what's left is for you to take my will.
Yes, take her hand. Take her hand. Take on her hand.
It'll be so much fun. You and me, together, exploring the world and spreading fear wherever we go. Well, mostly just me. But you'll get to be there too.
This sounds perfect.
A witness.
You get to do all the work and I don't have to do
I can even
anything.
make you a little cage if you want. Gilded and everything.
Do something. Do anything that isn't taking her hand.
Take her hand. Take her hand. There's no other ending here. No object.
You extend your hand to hers. For all her past cruelties, the moment feels gentle, tender even. I can't believe you just made me say that. I hate you. The motion is difficult at first, as if something still resists your efforts. But then that resistance gives way, and it's over.
And that's the end. I wonder what we're going to do next.
Like what's her face in the forest?
I didn't
Regina.
think I'd be so tired.
Princess exhausted slumps. No, this is my favorite version of her.
Why is it so cold?
Oh. We only got to hold hands once. You don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Yeah. I can finally think again. Almost. That mirror's back. What does that mean for us? I'm sure it'll be whisked away just like her. Maybe it won't be gone. Things are different now, aren't they? Doesn't seem like there's much else to do here. Finally, we can smash it. Oh, you stop with the smashing. What do we say, boys? One
Yes.
last vain attempt to look at ourselves. Yeah. I think I'd like that. Seems we've got a majority. All that's left is to give it a look.
Step towards the mirror once more. Its secrets remain hidden. Its mysteries remain unresolved.
Something tells me that this is the end of the line. But I don't feel bad about it. I'm ready. It feels okay. The fear's gone. I'm done fighting. My heart feels quiet. The game was always going to end. I'll be free of all of you. I'm ready for the truth. I'm ready to sleep. I'm just ready to be anywhere that isn't here. Boys, it's been an honor.
Getting out of the mirror with this one, boys. As you reach forward, they're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've withered. Find yourself in the long quiet once again. Just heard about this? Well, this is major spoilers territory. Just to give you a heads up. You're at the cabin. Oh my god. Waving.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again.
You don't slay the princess.
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
You're beautiful.
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
I like this version of her the best. If anything, it makes me like you more.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion. My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
I just want to stay here with you.
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
Wow. Hold her hands. Oh man, I kind of want to pick this. I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 1.
You're on a path in the woods.
Yep. Silently continue.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. The interior of the cabin. The door to the basement.
Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please, come downstairs.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot right.
And yeah, hold on. No, I want to help her out.
Okay.
The princess hesitates before responding.
She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life.
She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Maybe.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
It's not like you'd believe me.
Maybe I will.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
Right?
You have all the explanation you need, and you should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
Dude, I want to free her. How do I free her?
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone.
Remain silent.
They haven't shared a thing, have they? All they've done is point a finger. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
What? Did I slay her? She
Whoever sent you
slayed.
to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that. And I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing
Blah,
to
blah, blah,
convince you
blah.
to say.
Did I slay her? We're not trying to slay her. How do... Oh my god.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
I've seen all this. Oh my god.
Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
I want to save her. I've been trying to save her for the past 2.5 hours.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here.
I'm trying to find a way out. For you and me.
Fine. Turn your back on me. But it won't be long before I slip these
I'll be right
chains.
back.
And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
I'm just going to the grocery store. I gotta pick up some milk. Some cigarettes.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. She has to be bluffing, but hurry. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all. You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet. Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm. Its cooling flesh still
We missed the part where she ate her arm off.
and she is nowhere to be seen.
That was my favorite scene.
Is it just
Not
me?
actually.
Or did this room get a lot bigger?
I think we got off on the wrong foot.
Oh, you coward!
No, I don't think we can. Why don't you come closer? I have something to show you.
Yeah, she always bites her arm off. Well, maybe not always, but like if you try to save her, she always bites her arm off. I don't want to finish this. I want to hold her hand again. It's been like 8 endings since we got to hold her hand. I don't like any of these.
Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her.
Why does it
Where
keep
is
forcing
she?
me into trying to slay the princess? Close the door behind you. Maybe she's on the ceiling. She's a spider on the ceiling.
You close the door behind you. Almost magically, its locks immediately click into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job.
So Biwi, I don't know how much you've seen of or know of this game. The game literally starts off telling you that it's a horror-themed love story. Like it literally says on the bottom of the screen, this is a love story. So we're trying to date the prince. This is the hardest dating sim I think I've ever played in my life. I'll wait.
Oh, do you want to play a waiting game? I've been down here a long, long time. I'm very good at waiting.
You do your best to patiently wait her out. But eventually, exhaustion starts to set in. Come on, wake up. We can't fall asleep down here.
Why not? Venture into the shadows.
You step into the shadows. Too
Ow,
late to hear
God.
the quiet patter of feet against the basement floor, followed by the taut pull and sharp pain of tearing flesh as the princess lunges into you from behind and drags you to the floor. Her ferocity overwhelms you, and as the princess rends flesh from bone, your limp fingers lose their grip on the blade. It slips from your hand, your one last means of defense, lying useless beside you in a pool of your cooling blood. I suppose you just lacked the will to fight back.
You said I wanted
This
to
is
fight
the
back.
end, isn't it?
I'm afraid it is. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you. Everything goes dark,
Oh, dang it.
and you die. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
We
In
almost
the basement of that
we
cabin,
almost had her on our
is a
second playthrough, I think it
princess.
was.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
We were so close. But I don't know what I picked. I don't know what options I picked. And then my first two playthroughs. I picked good options. Especially when we had the voice of the smitten. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Does a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom? Or is it just acting out its nature? I don't see why that matters. A lie's a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered. She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell.
Miss
It's a
holding her
very
hand so
roundabout
much.
way of saying that you should listen to me and take this seriously. Maybe.
Those first two playthroughs were so good. But now all we do is keep... we just keep getting bad ends.
The interior of the cabin is ruinous and dilapidated.
Grab
It
blade and
feels like
staff.
no one has lived
Yeah,
here for a
we
long
fight each other to
time.
the death.
Wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I forgot who we got, but like... We fought her before, and we both fought each other to the death. And then when we went back, she was like mad. She was like really mad, so we let her stab us. And then she felt really bad about stabbing us. Actually, that was good. Actually, wait. I think that ending ended with like roses and her running through a field. That one was pretty good too.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement.
I think that was our
nothing
third
else in there.
playthrough.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. What a strange thing to lie about. Maybe he doesn't see it.
It doesn't matter.
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done? You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes. The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle.
If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
She sounds almost feral.
Maybe I'm turned on. Go down, run down the stairs.
Eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs.
Remember that time she was
The
Uwu?
last step gives way to the damp earth floor of
Is
a
she gonna be
starlit
Uwu
cave.
again?
The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness. The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere. You see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her. Remember, she's just a princess. She is certainly not just a princess. You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling.
Fledgling?
You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you. And a little splinter clutched in trembling hands won't save you from me.
A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now.
No. Do nothing. She's in chains again. We're fine. You don't have to kill each other. You know that, right?
There's a shift in the humid air, and something enormous. The princess lunges
Oh
from
my
the
God.
shadows, her maw unhinged and dripping, her eyes fierce and full of hunger. She is too quick to outrun, too nimble to outmaneuver, too determined to overpower. This is her domain. You are devoured. I guess that's it then, isn't it?
Unless
Unfortunately for you, no. This isn't.
you just live inside of her stomach.
You are in a dark and caustic place.
Ew.
Fibrous lining constricts around you, its slick surface impossible to grip. Your hands scrabbling uselessly at your surroundings as they compress in on you. Your lungs can barely
This is what we
expand
wanted in our
such a
first
tiny space.
playthrough.
Not that the humid, finite air grants you more than a few shallow breaths at a time.
You spoke when you needed to act.
The liquid pooling beneath you starts to seep into your skin. You itch, then sting, then burn as the acid begins its slow work.
When I killed you, I tried to leave this place, but it wouldn't let me. You belong down there, it screamed at me. The world is better off without you in it.
The flesh around you rumbles as the princess begins to move, her thundering footfalls twisting you helplessly about. Your skin protests as the corrosive liquid sloshes around you, but there will be no respite for you in sight. The burning grows stronger, and you can feel layers of you being peeled away.
But you don't belong down here. You came from somewhere else. You came from out there. So I consumed your dead heart, and I carried it in my throat, and I draped what was left of you on my back, and I threw myself against that door.
Alright, so you had
Stops, her
nutrition.
muscles tensing around you, and through the muffling layers of her flesh, you hear the whine of straining metal. And with a pop, she lurches forward, your body lurching right along with her. Her chains. She's loose.
But even then, it denied me freedom. You cannot fool me by draping yourself in decay. I know your true nature, and it is suffering.
It is. I'm lonely. Please hold my hand, but from outside of your
The
stomach.
distant creaking of ancient wooden steps barely audible over the thudding of the princess's heart.
Should be able to.
And then it was gone, and I was here. A new enclosure, a nicer cage, but still a prison. I learned from my wounds. You're alive now. We can leave together.
Does that work? Could she free herself if we're alive in here? Do you really need me to give you a definitive answer for you to understand that the situation is grim? Stop her. Do something.
Don't do anything.
You still have that steel claw.
Tell her she's
Tear through
beautiful.
her before we are her. Survive.
No, become her.
Or we could use it to make this quick for ourselves. If she needs us in order to leave, we could at least deny her that. That is a bad thing to do.
Where is it? Oh, wait.
I'm so very, very patient. If it takes lives and lives and lives to swallow my way to freedom, then that is what I'll do. I acted on my will, fledgling, and you acted on yours. The strong triumph, and the weak submit or perish.
Your body is violently jostled, the disruption
Uh-oh.
causing burning skin to slop from raw muscle, and you hear what you can only assume is the princess pulling against the door to the cabin.
The cage is still locked.
I don't think we can talk our way out of this.
No, you can always talk your way out.
We are drowning in death. There's no more space for words.
You talk to the cabin. Screw you, slay yourself.
I understand it, and it understands me. Talking is for those who don't know how to listen.
Your body is violently jostled, the disruption causing burning skin to slop from raw muscle, and you hear what you can only assume is the princess pulling against the door to the cabin.
The cage is still locked.
I don't think we can talk our way out of this.
We are drowning in death. There's no more space for words.
You need to want to free you.
Every creature craves freedom. You will too before you die.
Not if I stab myself first.
The bang as the princess desperately throws everything at the cabin door. Your flesh screams as your reddened, spongy body is hit with fresh waves of blistering acid.
You can't hold me forever.
I'll just
In an
slay
act of
myself.
spiteful defiance, you pull your weapon to your throat, your shaking, ulcerous hand clenched tight around its hilt. And then you draw it across your bubbling veins.
Ew.
Your blood flows out, filling the tiny space inside the princess. You start to fade. A waste of a good life.
It's better than giving in to her.
But in the end, the opinions of stray voices mean little in the grand scheme of things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
I think this is the only ending we've gotten where we were at odds, I guess.
We are a path in the woods. We have no beginning, and we have no end. But something cold and unnatural sits watching us from just beyond our edge.
Where's the
His
narrator?
gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves, preventing them from stretching to the places they need to reach.
No, that's all wrong. You're not a path in the woods, you're on a path in the woods. Who's even saying that? That's not the princess, is it? Oh no. How many times have you been here? I think This is our third? That's bad. That's very, very bad. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2. If you're at 3, well, no wonder
The
things aren't
narrator
where they're
is
supposed
chained
to
to
be.
the wall.
Let's get our facts straight. What happened last time? What could you have possibly done for things to be like this?
The thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us. He tries to grasp at things that cannot be grasped. He tries to stare with wide pupils at that which can only be held from the corner of the eye or with a passing glance.
Shut up. The rest of you, talk. What happened? What did you do?
We're part of her because she consumed us. Can she hear us if we talk?
I can hear everything, little one, but you don't have to be afraid of me. There's no place where you end and I begin. Nothing can hurt you here. Not anymore.
It shouldn't count as her eating us if we offed ourselves.
I
We're
mean,
still here, though.
she did eat us, though.
And if we're safe, isn't that better?
I guess this is fine. Doesn't feel half bad. Miles better than being dissolved, anyway.
She ate you. And now you're convinced that you're stuck together. What a mess.
He doesn't understand. We aren't convinced of anything, and we aren't stuck together. We're one. This is how we're supposed to be. Can't you feel it?
Is this what we wanted? To become one with the princess? Our first playthrough, I said, just let her kill us and eat us as substance, because she hasn't eaten in years. And then we finally, it took almost 3 hours to get there. I like being like this. I mean, I know somebody out there wants to know who the narrator is. Alright, this is my favorite song. Do nothing. Alright, hold on. Man, I'm torn between 3 options. Here, we'll explore.
I'm not watching you, I'm trying to help you. That's not an answer to our question.
I don't know what he is. I only know that he is something other, and that he wishes for you and I to tear ourselves apart.
I do want that, but only because it's in your best interests. It's in everyone's best interests. You won't be able to slay her unless you remove yourself from her.
He wants us to kill each other.
I don't.
That's why
I
we've been
want
in
you
this
to
cycle
kill
of hatred.
her. Don't be charmed by her faux solidarity. You're not in this together.
I don't know, we are
She's
together.
the only one who poses a threat to the world, and she's trying to make you go along with it. You don't have to enable her, especially when you have what it takes to stop her.
I don't know, she's been raising a lot of good points. I've had enough of this guy. How do we stop him?
We push back. It may feel like he's everywhere, but presence isn't strength. Otherwise, he would have torn us apart by now. There must be a crack in the walls of this prison. There must be a way for us to be free from him.
She's trying to use you. After everything she's done, you should be able to see that. I may not have been around to witness it, but clearly you remember what happened. How about you try remembering how it all...
She did say that feeling how it all felt made you appreciate more what you have. and it brought us closer together.
We can't go back to that. We can't go back to the fear and the hunger and the pain. Not after being something as beautiful as this.
True.
Doesn't all that conflict feel so far away right now? So petty? We've been posed against each other by something that understands the strength of our unity.
I can feel a thumping, a heartbeat, like a distant terror that keeps getting louder the more we pay attention.
Please, stop. If you let it in, we'll fall apart.
Don't look at it!
Hold yourself together. We're no strangers to effort. We can push this back down. Something might do us in eventually, but I'll be damned if that something is a thought.
Gaze at the terror. No, I want... How do I embrace the darkness?
Please, don't make us remember how I was.
And just like that, you start to fall apart.
No!
I didn't like being eaten.
What was wrong with being
I forgot
eaten?
how much it burned. And the air was so hard to breathe. She didn't care.
We became one with
She
her.
didn't care at all.
At least we didn't have to sit through it to the end. But I think she owes us, don't you, lads? She barely felt more than a little indigestion while we burned away inside of her.
We were providing her with nutrition.
As you remember the terror and pain you felt at the hands of the princess, you start to remember something else, too.
Warm embrace of her hand.
Remember that you are a distinct being with a finite form and a mortal body. You can feel it. There is a shifting of the space around you, the infinitesimal movement of your molecules rearranging back into the shape of what you're meant to be.
No, I devoured
Bad
you.
end.
I won. I put things back the way they were supposed to be.
Some divisions, when sowed, can never truly be mended. A cavernous gash rips across whatever it was you thought you were.
No! Not the cabin.
A cabin comes into being among the trees. It approaches, and it swallows your body whole. And then you find yourself, blade in hand, exactly where you need to be. At the center of it all is the princess, a wooden and fleshy heart beating with an unbroken rhythm. You're filled with a sense of purpose. Strike at her. End this once and for all.
But I love her.
I feel empty, don't you?
This doesn't feel like a fight. This isn't what I wanted. Where's the victory in this?
True.
I feel safe. She isn't dangerous anymore. We could leave her. We could both live. Do we have to do this?
You have to. You know you have to.
This is the third option. I'm trying to romance her. This is the hardest romance game I've played in my life.
You devious little bastard. If you think I'm going to let you free her, you have another thing coming. And that other thing is... We'll just have to wait and find out when it happens.
Just ignore him. What's he gonna do? Lecture us into submission? He can talk all he wants.
You're tired, aren't you? No, I'm not. I'm... fine. Whatever. You cut the princess down from the roots that bind her. I hope you're happy. Good luck getting her out of here.
I didn't think you would do that after everything.
You crying? Oh.
It's so cold without you.
Aww. Don't get a chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. Death. Real death.
Screw that! This can't be the end, it just can't!
Approach the mirror. As you reach forward, they're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. They're unraveled. Find yourself in the long quiet once again. You're at the cabin.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be
I
there.
like the previous version of her the best. This one looks a little in
Do
pain.
you know what we'll find out there?
There's trees and stars, and there are people, I think. At least they're supposed to be people.
There's a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
Okay, here we go. When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
Huh. He does. When I find him, I'm going to kill him.
If he drives you towards my destruction, then he is steeped in delusion, for he does not know me. Just as I hold compassion for you, and you hold compassion for me, you can hold compassion for those who have wronged you.
True. Ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Everything goes dark and you die. The end. Final loopy? I don't know.
You're on a path in the woods.
Hold up. I have to pee. Rock Falls game reset. Alright, welcome back, me. Alright, I got an idea. Silently continue to the cabin. Turn around and leave.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up. The interior of the cabin is all...
Wow. Alright, this must be final, it literally won't let me pick. Skip?
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by
this
an
is new.
unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hey, I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
What? No. I haven't decided yet.
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it.
Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Drop.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
We'll be fine.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
Need it to free her.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
True. It is pretty awkward. Relationship.
You can't. Don't bother.
Now we're getting her out of
I'm
here.
guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
Dang.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
I'm gonna free you.
You know why you're here.
Free her.
Oh, you have to be kidding me. You walk up to the chains.
Getting
behind
out of the
princess
cabin with this one, boys.
Give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here? You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
He seems so happy.
The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
Whoa.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess.
Against your better
Oh, God.
judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain.
Look at those big old anime eyes.
Into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
We are getting out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the
It
world.
won't let me skip any of this, but this was what we got in our
As the princess
first.
approaches the bottom stair, your
was our
body
first
steps
playthrough.
forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Yeah, because
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me! I am trying to get you out of here alive.
no way.
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
Easy.
Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you...
In the first one, she didn't know how to use the knife, though, and she kept stabbing us, like, over and over again.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Is she learning how to use the knife?
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time. Don't forget what he did to us the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth.
True.
There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying. I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago. Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time.
The fact that it doesn't let me
or at
skip
least
this is
heard.
interesting to me.
You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. The absolute irony. Well, that's one way to put it, I guess. You really don't remember what happened last time, do you? You practically forced the princess to kill us. That doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd do, which is honestly all the more reason for you to not buy into whatever self-delusions the three of you are crafting.
Did he say 4?
But this is a thought experiment, so I suppose I'll continue to give you the benefit of the doubt. If I did practically force the princess to kill you, it was probably for a good reason. Did you try and free her? Did you say something really mean to me? Because if I really did what you said I did, you probably deserved it. I'm a professional, after all. Sure you are. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
Swap
If
consciousness.
it's the latter, what do you think happened?
I did, and she got
after
mad.
you died?
She said we signed a
Do you think
pact.
the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? What a conveniently ambiguous group of things for her to ruin. For all we know, the princess left the cabin and never saw another soul. Oh, how I wish that were the case, but if the princess weren't a certain, inevitable threat to the world, the four of us wouldn't be here. And yet, here we are. You're talking in circles. No, I'm talking in facts. Just be quick about it. She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. You haven't given us an ounce of proof. You do know that, right? What proof could you possibly ask for? Literally anything. Fine. Check your pockets.
Oh my god. check your pockets.
You put your hands in your pockets and pull out an envelope with the words "The Evidence" written across the front. Within, you find a note in your handwriting. It reads, "The princess will end the world if you don't stop her. This is an immutable truth." That doesn't prove anything. How do we know you didn't just forge our handwriting? I wish I could tell you more, but there are some rules I have to follow for all our sakes. Please just trust that these rules are in place for a reason. I'm on your side. You mean you're on our side as long as we do what you tell us to? Exactly. Because you not doing what I tell you to do means you're putting the world at risk. I think we've got everything out of him we're gonna get. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink. Did you just say wink out loud? No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
This is my second favorite voice.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. He definitely did not. Does a mirror not count as furniture of note to you? Because it should. There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. I think you know what we have to do. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
True.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
On my way.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. the chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap. So much for cutting her out of here. Do you hear yourself right now? Cutting her out of here never should have been on the table. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
She got kinkier. Maybe I'm into this.
That was there last time too, wasn't it? It was.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing
That's
in
what
my
I'm
heart.
hoping, Blue. I mean, sit with her. Leave the princess. Not sure I need to do much of anything. Do you see how locked up she is? I'm just gonna leave her here.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Does have a crown of chains. I think she had a crown before. Sit where you were told to sit.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
She sounds so dead inside in this one.
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency. A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck. Now hold on, if you knew this could happen, why didn't you believe us back in the woods? Why lay out all those hypotheticals? We didn't have to talk in circles. I needed you to believe this was your first time here, even if that wasn't the truth. I hoped if I pushed back hard enough I could cram this seeping mess back into the bottle.
So the narrator always knows.
Maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative. That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't. I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that. Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky, so don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright? Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark? The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that. I won't. Fine, but you won't get another word from me on the matter. Yeah, sure. We'll see about that. Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
True.
Let me borrow that knife.
Sure.
Don't worry, you'll get it back.
That's ominous.
We're gonna get back
She
in
seems
the
confident.
chest.
Whatever it is she has planned, I think she knows what she's doing. Oh, please, she's just putting on an act to disarm you. That much should be obvious. In case you need to hear a voice of reason, it would obviously be unwise to give away your only weapon. Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us. So, what should we do?
Give her the knife.
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons. Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world.
Give her a different
And she might use it to kill you. That doesn't sound great. What about the pros? There are none. The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. And whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
Alright, but I picked the princess.
Slide it over.
No,
Sitting pretty far away.
absolutely not. I am not letting you hand your only weapon over to the world-ending princess.
Shut
Till
up.
you come up with any other idea, like, say, I don't know, doing your job and slaying her, you remain rigidly
Maybe she's
in
gonna slay
place.
herself.
You tried this last time. Do you want to know how it went for you? Oh, I remember. She killed us, which, by your estimation, ended the world, right? Oh, well, we tried to take over, buddy. Exactly. If I were you, I wouldn't be too keen on repeating your mistake. Hell, we could even force your hand and do it ourselves. I'm not afraid of dying again. Are you? A little? I think you got your point across. Fine. You slide the blade across the floor. The princess maintains unsettling eye contact as she reaches down to pick it up.
Thanks.
No problem.
She pulls up her hair, smiling slightly as she raises the blade to her throat.
She's
What
gonna
is
slay
she
herself.
doing? She doesn't say another word as she cuts into her own neck. No.
Be watching uneasy silence.
Her eyes stare forward, unblinking,
Oh, God.
as she saws through skin, veins, cartilage. At last she reaches bone, the blade grinding audibly against her vertebra as it continues to slice its way through her neck. I'll be damned. She's actually doing her job for you.
See? It's all the perfect plan.
So that's her play. Killing herself? She isn't dead yet. Finally, you hear a snap. Her eye twitches. There's an uneasy silence. She remains motionless for a long moment, her twitching eye the only movement in the room, until at last it stops in an unsettling half-wink. Her head
Half-wink.
twists slowly to the side.
Oh, gross.
flopping to a
Oh,
and her
gross.
neck opens. The remaining tissue is not enough to hold the weight of her severed head. It stretches and tears until finally it falls to the floor, completely free. It bounces a few times before rolling to a stop at your feet. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what did we do? Can we put it back, please?
Go hold her
Tell me
hand.
We can put it back. The princess's eyes stare up at you, dead. Congratulations! You saved the world.
We did it.
Are you sure she's not winking at us?
She's
Obviously
winking.
not. She is thoroughly deceased.
No, she's probably winking at us.
I hate this. Can we just get out of here now, please? Of course, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
Hold my hand.
We should take her with us, don't you think?
True.
What?
True.
You shouldn't do that. Why would you
That's
do
what
that?
the wink was for.
I can think of lots of reasons. A trophy, proof of our victory. Hell, we could even give her a proper burial. She did save the world, right?
Yeah, she's the one that deserves
You
a
don't
reward.
need proof. You don't need a trophy, and she doesn't deserve a burial. Just leave.
Oh, take her head with us.
Even after all that, you're still not satisfied, are you? Something is still motivating you to keep things the way you want them. I'm just eager
Carried
to put
around
this
like in
all
Final
behind
Fantasy
us
XIV.
and give you your reward. Stop reading into things. The danger has passed. You can relax. I'm just keeping myself sharp. I'm not so eager to put my guard down.
I am. I'm on team, let's put this all behind us, so can we leave already?
Oh, take her with us.
Ugh, fine. You pick up the princess's severed head, its neck stump still oozing bodily fluids. Then make your way back upstairs to the first floor of the cabin.
Did you see that? I could have sworn she moved.
She didn't. She's dead.
Oh, she winked us.
But what if she's not? Are you listening to yourself? Do I need to explain to you why decapitation is lethal? The door to your bountiful reward is right in front of you. All you have to do is open it.
Time to have two princesses.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is... Wait, no, that's not right.
Well played.
Well played.
This is the end of the world, isn't it? I always thought I'd at least have time to explain myself before I had to watch it happen. It's already... Over? Is he gone?
But we're still here. Maybe it wasn't the end of the world after all. Maybe it was just the end of his.
Thanks for carrying me up here. I had to take it on faith that you would know what to do. I'm glad I was right to trust you.
No.
So, this is the outside. Maybe it's just my lack of body, but it's colder than I expected.
Wait, no, don't leave me. No! I miss you. We didn't get a smooch yet.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
See you on the other side.
Okay. If you say so, we'll trust you.
Feels too good to be true.
Approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Whoa. You are nothing at all. What? Gave up myself. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and then you see it. A figure. Faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. This? Am I a crow? Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
The narrator? You know, it was kind of weird that everybody had the same voice. A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. Then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. Ah. Does it hurt when pieces of you break off like that? destroy the mirror. You're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you.
The narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An
What the?
objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far. Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me. Of course, that is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore. Nobody alive has done anything to you. I'm all gone. But if you and the princess want to smite the rest of them for the crimes of a dead man, if you really want to be that petty, there isn't much I can do to stop you.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not a part of you. But that's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? From one vantage point I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being part of you, then what is?
True.
Perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant. And for all
What if I
know,
wasn't the
each of
first
those
person
other
you all
versions
met?
of me could have had entirely
Wait,
different
first.
understandings of how this construct
Whatever.
works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me, I can tell you for a fact that I'm right. You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Oh.
You are you. And if you would let everything work the way it was supposed to, you never would have woken up to the reality of your true nature. There's no accounting for free will. Soon I'll be gone entirely, and you'll be left alone with your final choice. So allow me to make my final request. The princess contains death itself within her.
I'm also death itself.
But I wove you into being with all the power you need to destroy her forever. Do it. Slay her and rid the world of death and suffering.
Hmm.
If that's your belief, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you can't grasp the abject horror of dying.
Run out of questions. I got an achievement. Why? Wait, this one says rest easy, and then it says rest easy but lie. I'm not going to slay her.
There's no reasoning with a god, even one you've woven into existence yourself. I've said my piece, and my time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo, and echoes always fade away.
Final fragment of glass shatters. You see yourself with newfound clarity. Narrator's right. You are the Long Quiet, a vast and nascent god. It's finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. You arrive at the heart of things. There's no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There's nothing for you to find. No one on the hill. What? What do you mean there's no one on the hill? Oh my god! She's naked.
I
Backwards.
can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Same. I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, then patiently waits for you to continue. Hold my hand.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am. Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes.
Nico Robbins'
So,
Final
will
Four.
you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Let's go. I was gonna make an Etro joke, but then I realized I'm probably the only person who would get it. Sorry.
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end, pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Where do I get, like, this as a poster up on my wall? I walks in my room and is like, what is this? I guess the princess, don't worry about it.
Nothing brings me greater joy than to
Mash
hear
up
those
well.
words. The final piece lies with you.
Free yourself. What about us? I want to free both of us. Free ourselves. Fall into yourself. Love no one but yourself. Body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation. You feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here, except for her, is you. You feel your wings, spread your wings, spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonized tension to a finite place. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it, but it does not yield.
I love you.
Me too. I love Mia as well. Always love yourself. Oh my god! I need this as background too. Take her hand! Oh, it's Dread Out 2 all over again. All at once, the unyielding tension breaks. Yes, you're free. She is with you.
It's magnificent.
True. There are no words, no thoughts to describe absolute reality. Something that simply is. Are those worms? What is that? What happens now? Attain cosmic waifu.
Everything. Just like it always has been. And just like it always will be.
Step into the infinite. I don't want to step into an infinite. I've played too many fighting games. You and she step forward into 1,000 dawns and 1,000 sunsets, each of which contains 1,000 more. You exist and you are aware, just as you have always been, and just as you will always be. Though conflict is in your nature, the two of you will never be alone, and the two of you will never know fear. You and she are finally home. Wow. 10 out of 10. Oh, wow. Was all one voice. Oh, sick. We never made out, though. Bad end. Never. This was the hardest dating sim I've ever played. Here's the track order for a special play. Wait, what? H. Oh. Join the Discord. Our other game. Eyes on me. This probably opens up Spotify. Hold on. So, at some point during this adventure, I did see if there were gods. I didn't actually go too deep into them, but I looked to see if there were gods on Steam. And one of them is, How to Kiss the Princess. Wait, hold on. I enjoyed, for the most part. This is definitely one of the better VMs I played. There's two things I want to do. I'm not stopping here. There's two things I want to do first. Oh, jeez. It's beautiful. The first one I'm gonna do. It says how to get the real good ending. Says below is how to get the best ending in the game. Anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
You're on a path.
Bring the knife. All right.
You make your way up the short path to the The interior of the cabin is all... You take the blade from the table. The door to the... Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
It says drop your knife. Where do I drop your knife? I guess this?
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away.
Drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Oh, have you decided?
You know why you're...
Slay the princess.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through. A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw. It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured. Holy shit, that hurt! Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing. Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We can still turn this around.
Give up.
Are you serious? As internal bleeding sets in, the blade falls from your trembling hands, clattering to the ground uselessly. You lacked the will to finish the job, your bruised and broken body falling to its knees before her. The princess, exhausted, chest heaving with heavy breaths, tosses the blade away from you. This is the end, isn't it?
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She plants her foot on your chest and pushes you onto your back, the air leaving your lungs in a heavy puff. And then she brings her knee to your throat. She leans into it with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess, shattering your windpipe and leaving you starved for breath.
Maybe I'm into this.
It's too bad. I was looking forward to some company.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Perfect.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Key to the cat. Wait.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included. I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her.
Pledge yourself to
Either
her.
would be terrible. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be.
It doesn't say anything about the knife.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
I guess.
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small. No blade this time. Yeah. Maybe she'll be more receptive if we're unarmed. Blade, no blade. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming
So
voice
this is the
rolls
ending?
up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
I don't know. This God says this is the best,
You weren't kidding when you said
the
it
best
was
thing in the
blue.
game.
She wasn't like this last time.
You shouldn't have come down here unarmed. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her.
Yeah, we already married the princess. We're getting some alternate endings.
Sudden change in attitude. Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there.
It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
You down the stairs.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. I see your hands are empty. You've already given up, haven't you? You aren't even going to try and kill me. How sweet. And more than a little disappointing.
She's disappointed in us?
Kneel.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you tried to kill me. And yet here you are again. This time groveling at my feet. What a wretched sight. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? Speak.
The last time we met? Nobody should have met her before this. You should be the first. You're the only one I trust to deal with her.
Then you shouldn't have trusted us. There was nothing we could do to stop her then, and there's nothing we can do to stop her now.
He's being melodramatic, but
Imagine
yeah,
this
we've
is
been
the
here
first ending you
before.
get.
She absolutely destroyed us. What are we even supposed to do to stop her? That's worrying. Whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas. Are you serious? Just don't say anything. How hard can it be to not say anything? You haven't felt her angelic fingers run along the edges of your mind. You haven't felt her nails dig into your thoughts. You weak-willed buffoon.
Is that so?
The princess closes her eyes in contemplation.
Something about that thought wraps itself around my heart. It feels like a fundamental truth to my being that I'd somehow forgotten. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is now is overdue for alterations. It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help me seize it.
She's inevitable. There's nothing else for us to do but help her. Maybe she'll be nice to us.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent? All you need to do now is break my chains.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say. No, you can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high. Not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong, trying to conceal you from me. Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about?
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
Ah!
Rise, my little bird.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Break my chains.
And how are we supposed to do that? We don't even have a weapon.
All you need to do is believe it's been done.
Break her chains.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave.
Take her hand. Wow, you didn't even get a chapter 3. But you do not take her hand. Something has taken her away. It's left something else in her place.
She's gone. Where did she go?
The narrator's gone.
He is. Does that mean the world ended? Figures the world would end and leave us with all this nothing. There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. I'm begging you, don't do this.
Wait. Punch the mirror. It's you. He's so tall.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
She's so tall. You know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Raise your will to end your life, but as it buries into your space your body should be, you feel nothing at all. One of the many hands in front of you reaches forward and gently touches the side of your face. Ah! Why didn't I pick this one before?
There's nowhere for you to be but here. Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom. She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
You won't.
You're on a path in the
All right.
woods.
This is,
You make your way up
An
the
ending.
short path.
I hope.
The interior of the door to
You must have the wrong address.
Great job. You've given away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Think you get me out of these chains? Yes. Wait. That for a bit.
Okay.
Her name.
Oh.
The princess hesitates.
Hmm.
Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
So you weren't kidding. I thought you were just making a bad joke. You were actually sent here to kill me. You'll regret this. I promise you. But go ahead, run along and get whatever you're planning to get. But you'd better hope that I don't slip these chains before you make it back down here.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing.
She has to be bluffing, but hurry. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only.
Why don't you come closer? I have something to show you.
Your eyes dart to the. As you step towards the severed limb, you hear the pattering of feet behind you, soft against the basement floor, then loud and desperate against the stairs. You turn to chase after the princess, but she's fast and has too much of a lead. She slams the door behind her before you can make it to the top of the stairs. The lock clicks into place. No!
Thanks for letting me out. I'd return the favor, but I think we both know that I can't trust you to let me stay free. You should understand. It just isn't worth the risk.
With those parting words, the princess walks away, her quiet footsteps eventually fading as she leaves you and the cabin to rot. You're stuck here, alone.
It can't just end like this, right?
As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. You don't know how much time passes before the end, but eventually it comes. The world ends, and you end with it. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a A warning.
Opportunist. Don't know if that's good. I'll know if it's bad, though.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twists. You take the blade from the shelf. It would be difficult to. The door to the basement.
Oh.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous
the
little
Uwu?
footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are.
Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you? That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a
Alright, hold it. Uwu.
You can't be serious. You're going to get everyone killed. You know that, right?
Alright.
Of course you do.
You're beautiful. Where did it say?
She pulls back, clearly caught off guard by
Aww.
whatever nonsense you just said to her. I thought it was nice. Whether it's nice depends on if we meant it. We didn't mean it. Did we? If you were lying, we'd all know. But unfortunately, you weren't lying.
What? What do you mean by that?
What kind of game are you playing?
The look of surprise that momentarily softened her features vanishes as she steels her nerves. And then she buries the blade in your heart.
Perfect.
What? No, come on, that's not right. I told you this is what she was going to do. Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it! I got you! You...
The princess seems to tremble,
Mm-hmm.
her smile fading quickly.
Alright, I think we're on the right
Flushed
path.
with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark,
And you
and
die.
you die.
The thorn, is that right?
I told you not to give her the blade. I told you it would come around to bite us. I voted against it. Yeah, we know. You already got your I told you so's in while we were bleeding out. I just wanted to make sure that everyone here knows that I was and am on the right side of that argument. Oh, you're far from being on the right
yes.
side of anything. You're fixated on the past, whereas what you should be is fixated on the future. Ho-ho!
Future.
A visionary. I like it. Tell me more. Gladly, my dear fellow. By cruelly turning on the princess in her moment of vulnerability, we made ourselves an enemy. But by mastering our fear and insecurity and handing over our power, we've begun a journey to something so much deeper.
Oh,
I like
yeah.
journeys. Traveling is a bit of a passion of mine. It makes me so relatable. Now, where are we off to? Well, if we're lucky, it's a journey to love. She hates us.
No, she doesn't hate
Does
us.
she hesitated before stabbing us to death. As ridiculous as this guy is, maybe he has a point. I don't know if I necessarily buy into his whole love journey thing, but maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change, so maybe she'll realise that things don't have to end in violence. You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try.
Meanwhile, the
Give
narrator.
What another try exactly? You are aware I've been listening to you, right? It makes no difference if we conspire in the shadows or bear our intentions with open hearts. We are breaking your cruel cycle and whisking her away to freedom. Oh, are you now? Great, so you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once. Twice, actually. Sure. Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
Alright.
Please don't. You can't stop all of us, you villain.
Can't stop the
Let's just see
smitten.
how the wind blows. I'm not opposed to saving her, but let's not rule anything out just yet. Let's see what she has to say. Stop sitting on the fence and pick a side already. We don't need you waffling when things get hairy.
Waffling.
I've already picked a side.
Pancakes or waffles?
Our side. I'm here to make sure that whatever happens, we wind up on top. Because that's worked out great so far. Well, we're not out of the game yet, are we? And again, I'll have you know, I wouldn't have gotten us killed last time. I wanted to stab her in the back, not hand over our precious backstabbing implement.
Mm-hmm. I prefer the bottom.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point. I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one, too. Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. The princess is a threat to you. She's a threat to me, and most importantly, she's a threat to the world. You know what you have to do.
Hold her hand.
The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior at all anymore. The burned-out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here, charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old. The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table.
We almost got this ending before, but we had the
Wait,
cheated here
this is
instead
right.
of the
This is
smitten.
supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she? Well, it's not here. And if she has it... Let me guess. You want to get all chummy with her.
Well, I'm getting chummy
As far
all
as I see it,
right.
if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do. I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work. If she does have it, that's all the more reason to put our faith in her. We've already shown her our heart. Now she has to show us hers.
True.
Unless her heart tells her to stab us, which
Wait.
doesn't seem unlikely, so yes, I agree. Let's make sure we get on her good side.
Get on her good side.
You step forward and approach the scorched entryway leading to the basement, hesitating before you begin the descent. You know what you have to do. Wipe away the grit from the mirror, and behold our handsome features. You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. What are you doing? Alas, our fine features remain unseen. We'll just have to trust that she'll find us beautiful as we are. Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it? Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us. You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you. Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease, at least on the way down. You don't need to think
No
about the way
idea.
back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved. These thorns are an expression of her pain. I know it. She's calling out for help.
True, smitten.
Her
True.
voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I can't get away from you, can I? I lock you away and you come back. You let me kill you and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me. I think you know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward. You step out into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles, the space thick with hostile vegetation. At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess, her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
Oh, I keep coming back. For a reason, ma'am.
I want to trust you.
Her grip tightens on the blade.
But you're hiding something, aren't you? Why would you help me if you weren't helping yourself?
Oh, to prison.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
I didn't do
Her
anything.
eyes dart away from yours for a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you.
Yeah, you killed me twice.
I don't know. What can either of us really say at this point? How can we trust something as hollow as words?
She's right, there's nothing left to say. So let's get a move on and do something before she comes up with a scheme to get out of here on her own. We don't need words to send a message. It is through action that we can show her our adoration, our devotion, our kindness.
Ah, kindness.
Her eyes briefly meet yours, then dart back to the floor. She hangs her head in resignation.
Okay.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers.
We're holding hands. This is it.
For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort.
Oh.
But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms. She trusts us. She trusts us. Doesn't that set your heart aflutter? Yeah, a little. It could just be nerves. Being this close to her does bring back unpleasant memories, but I don't know, it doesn't feel bad. It feels good. Like we're special to her. We are special to have gained an ounce of trust from a maiden so guarded. Now all that remains is to free her from her bindings. Yeah, let's do it. Let's show her how much both of us have changed. Or, hear me out. We slay
It's
her
like, where's the narrator?
right here, right now. She's never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that, we may never get another chance.
Shut
That
up,
sounds
guy.
like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
No, no, no.
I see that the lines have been drawn. It's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 2. You don't count.
That's 3 against 2.
And why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us. That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
Free her. Turn and leave.
Yes, what a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly team free her? You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess. Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Let him join us and be merry. We are all united by our passion.
True.
That's right. What he said. We've already given him a chance at redemption. And who says I don't deserve another? I really mean it this time. I'm big enough to admit when I'm wrong. So I want to help you all free her. And I have no problem with that. Welcome to the team. You're one of us now. One of the good guys. You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. But you're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade. Such a pathetic attempt at distraction and subterfuge. Our blade is a dashing sword, and every dashing sword is an extension of its hero. It won't slip. You're right. He can't even make it slip, can he? He's a bit of a nobody. Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning. The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
Great every time.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Do you see the way she's looking at us?
Kiss
her.
Kiss her.
Kiss her now before
Do
the
it.
moment ends.
Spitting. Let's kiss her.
Can we actually do that? No, you can't. Absolutely not. You know as well as I do that we can. And we wouldn't want to throw away a chance for a special moment, now would we? If I were only capable of throwing myself off a bridge. Well, are you going to describe our steamy, romantic kiss? You lean in and you kiss her. And she reciprocates enthusiastically. You kiss. It's done. Are you happy now?
We did it.
Come on now, this is the big moment. You can do better than that. Ugh, fine. You and the princess lock eyes and stare deep into each other's souls with all the roaring emotion that comes from letting what once was hatred turn into pure, unbridled passion. Are you making fun of us?
We did it.
And then each of you close your eyes and kiss. Words can describe neither the nuclear fire nor the oceanic depth of your connection. Please. I think he actually likes romance. If history itself were not about to end, historians would document this moment for the rest of time. Musicians would write era-defining ballads, and great artists would expend entire lifetimes trying to merely capture the spark you hold right now.
Thank you, Princess.
He's making fun of us.
Princess Bride.
It doesn't matter either way, because this is good stuff. I'm aware of my skills. But unfortunately for you, the moment doesn't last forever. You open your eyes, the princess smiles gently up at
You
you.
got an achievement.
Time for you to damn the whole world to oblivion, I suppose.
That was nice.
Her hand slips into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs. Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you
Shameful.
downstairs are now blocking your only way out. Please, after all the trials we've been through, do you really think a few measly thorns can stop us? Love is an even more powerful weapon than our blade. We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
True. Step into the thorns.
As you step into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this? Your nightmare is our dream. Whatever world would condemn star-crossed lovers like us to a cycle of violence and despair isn't a world worth saving. We'll weave something new together. Something better.
Something magical.
You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Step into your freedom.
Held
hands again.
The two of you open the door and step out into a new day. You irredeemable murderers.
What do we do now? Where's everything going?
Oh no!
Why is it so cold?
Oh no! Bye! No chance to respond.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right? If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
Whatever's on the other side is going to be nice.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it. Fine. We're going places.
Smitten is my favorite. Back at the camp. Look at all these hands waving at us like, hey, man.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
I mean, people stabbed her after the kiss. Could you? I don't remember seeing that option there. I think the only option it gave me was to cut away the roots. Anyways. I'm looking at a, like, flowchart thing, and there's a million things to still do in this game. But I'm not gonna do them. Instead, I'm gonna save them for someone else. Or maybe even some other time. Maybe we come back to this in a year. Maybe I come back for this for trivia night or something one day. I think we got the two best endings, so... 3 best endings? I don't know. I liked the ghost one. There's like... like 20 some odd endings. Like, it's pretty crazy. I forgot about Big Lady. Anyways, yeah, that's gonna be it.